Morning, good afternoon, good evening. Merry Christmas, everybody. Happy holidays, all that good stuff. How's,
Merry, Merry Christmas.
how's everybody's morning so far? Good.
Not too bad. I mean, I could have had a bit of a better Christmas if BTC sort of pumped it a bit, but nah.
Yeah, right. I'm probably like 90% better. That's good at least. Yeah, I feel better. Still sitting here flat until expirations tomorrow. Gonna dig in a little bit and find out exactly where our max pain is tomorrow for expirations, but this little trap of ours should come to an end within the next 24 hours. On Binance, what? Bot or something? I don't see it. Anywhere. I mean, if it was a glitch, they fixed it because it's not on my chart. Sure, it was Binance. That sounds like some low liquidity
I think
shit
he's
that would
talking
happen
about
on other time frames.
buying with down to 24K, I'm pretty sure, for Bitcoin.
Yeah, but what exchange was it?
Binance, it was Binance for sure. They might have fixed it though.
They fixed the chart because
Good morning, guys. Happy holidays. Morning, Dbloc. Glad to hear you're feeling better.
yeah, a little better, a little better.
That price action happened on the USD1 pair,
Yeah.
BTC USD1 on spot Binance. I think the stablecoin depegged at one point temporarily, maybe for like a couple seconds,
It's
because
the
they were
same shit that
doing something
happened on the
screwy
10th,
with
bro. I don't know why anybody's still using that bullshit.
what they depegged on the 10th.
Yeah, that's what caused some of the auto. That's what caused some of the auto deleveraging because futures trades were collateralized with USD.
Oh man. So wait, they weren't. Can you actually trade with USD1? Because I thought you could only do perps with Tether.
They had three different stable coins that depegged that had the majority of the perp traffic. Almost.
USD1. Yeah, yeah. So yeah,
Oh,
that's the pair.
yeah, screw this shit. That has more to do with the stable than Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, that's what I was saying.
Yeah,
Unless you got lucky and like you put an order there and you had USD1, like your USD1 basically like went down a lot. or went up a lot. I don't know. If it's versus Bitcoin, then it would have depegged to the upside, right?
So 1 second.
I looked at the USD one versus Tether, and it's like it has like a 5% range that it usually rips up and down between.
Yeah,
And that's
even on
kind
the
of
5
typical. I
second,
didn't
this
see.
is one. Nobody got this. On the 5 second,
Yeah.
it was one candle. Yeah, I
Might as well
try
be a
AVAX
glitch.
still.
Unless you had USD one and you had buy orders sitting there, then
Nah, then even
nah,
then,
you didn't get it.
yeah, even then, nobody got filled there. We can look at show you right now. Show it to me. Second then.
See how it's ripping like that though at the end? It's like gaining value against Tether, which is really weird. Maybe just their institution, whatever the hell WFI is, maybe they bought it in or something. I don't know. I would figure they already had supply, or some other institution might have bought some of the supply at that moment, and it made USD one depeg to the upside versus the US dollar.
Not gonna show me the volume profile, really? Yeah, screw it. I wouldn't worry too much about it.
It might as well have been a glitch. Or somebody just showed us where the bottom of the bear market is.
I wish. Or it would be great.
I mean, I don't think Tether, unless Tether depegs, I don't think it's going there. Bitcoin needs help going down. That's why there's always so much FUD, because it would, like, people need to help it go down. Otherwise it would only just go up. It's ridiculous. People are like, no, Bitcoin. See, you're supposed to go down now. Let me help you. Let me write some article full of a bunch of stuff that like isn't even verified or true. Or let me bring up some stuff that happened last year, in case you didn't hear about it back then.
AVAX looks alright here, but it hasn't broke out yet. Right, it's consolidating at its breakout. You invalidate the bullish structure if you come down underneath 11.8. But till then, a good 0.5 retest. Healthy 50% retest. But
Yeah,
it needs to
Apex got
break out.
trashed. I started buying some again, like not because I think it's gonna go up, because it's gone down. Like I don't know if it's gonna go up or not, but it's very cheap, and it seems it's been one of the like most highly talked about projects this whole cycle. It just hasn't really done anything
Shit doesn't mean
spectacular.
anything. You gotta respect the rotation, guys. If ETH has an all-time high, going down this far on the list for alts is dangerous. If we're in the ETH,
top 10.
if we're in the ETH rotation, then you should be looking at top 10s, my opinion. Unless ETH runs,
AVAX isn't
Soul
top 10 anymore.
runs, then give me 1 second. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's not. I guess it hasn't been for a while. It's not even top 20 anymore. It's number 21. Yeah, it took a hit. There goes our gaming run.
Reopen. What did I do? Did I just close out the entire freaking? Okay, my bad. Brain fart there for a second. So yeah, I mean, looks fine unless it has to break though. Again, I expect these to underperform your top 10s when this starts to move though. So just keep that in mind. HC, I'm like in the middle of talking, bro. If I miss something that you say, give me a second. I promise you I'll get to it. Yeah, they've been spoofing the hell out of orders all day, H, for months and months and months and months. Specifically, that 1.7 and 2.4K orders are getting when you see that big wall, that's been moved thousands of times. I'm gonna dig into these options expirations here in a second, but let's let this play out. And then I'm gonna do some TA on year-end expirations. Options expire tomorrow. Within the week, we should break our range. That doesn't give you a direction, just lets you know the volatility is coming back. So we're gonna find out where max pain is and try to dial in what's the most probable direction today so that we're not surprised by it this week. Now, M2 is in its contraction until New Year's. I have already de-risked. I've already moved up my stops. I closed positions I wasn't happy with. We've been talking about this for a week, not longer. Way longer, actually. Market maker has to cover options, right? So there's puts and there's calls, right? And then there's a point in the chart where the highest amount of them expire worthless, right? Market maker's job is to get to that point to save as much money. But the reason you get these consolidations is because they're defending their open positions on both sides. Right? We're getting down to the bottom of options expiration. Their job is to pay out as little as they can possibly pay out. And for that, we need to determine where max pain is. Max pain is the point in the chart that if market maker moves it to that point, the most amount of options expire worthless. Last I checked, the max pain was at 98, but that was last week. So I'll do that here in a second. And we'll figure this shit out. Yeah, we've been hugging 50% of this TA the entire time, guys. We've been stuck within the bullish W channel and the bearish. I mean, between the bullish W formation and the bearish channel since Christmas Eve. Both still valid.
I mean, it's festive. You got some green candles there. You got some red candles there. It's the most amount of color that I have in my life.
I think market maker knew I was sick and didn't want to push Bitcoin up towards this mistletoe.
He's like, nah, man, social distancing. Sorry, the Grinch usually gives the presents back at the end of the story, right? And his bags are 3 times the size or something like that.
I don't know, but the Grinch is down there because that's the Grinch that stole the volume.
He'll bring it back. Where's Cindy Lou Who to help us out on this one? Go talk to him.
Dominance is on one again, though.
Yeah, I'm just saying there's always a bull market somewhere. Looks like it's in dominance right now. I know that there's some shitcoin that's probably blowing up right now that I would just never want to touch with a 10-foot pole that had a prophylactic on the end.
Yeah, there's definitely been coins pumping. Gold coins, silver coins, platinum coins.
Yeah, all the classic ones.
Yeah, somebody usually pumps on in the trenches. Somebody usually will pump a Santa coin or a Rudolph coin or a Christmas coin. Ho 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 coin. Last year was
honest,
bah humbug.
on Pump.fun, I remember there was this coin called Rismus, and it was like the logo was like Santa, but he was ripped and had sunglasses on or something. It was so funny. And that coin went crazy for like 2 days. And it's sort of like it's like they're trying when we were still on MEXC, people were like, "Oh, buy Trump 2024." I'm like, "Okay, sure." I'm like, "But I'm gonna sell it before the election ever happens because, like, either way, the name has 2024 at the end of it."
I sold
And
all my Trump stuff on election day, and everything fell.
yeah,
Everybody
and
had
it's
the
like,
same
I'm like,
idea.
what is the? I'm like, what would the point? Because they're talking about holding. I'm like, what would the point be of holding that thing after the election? Like, I'd like to be out of it long before the election. They didn't really have a good answer.
Honestly, absolutely best play was to sell all of your Trump coins on election day, sell all of your alts on inauguration day, buy Bitcoin, and sit on your ass and don't do shit. In retrospect,
Did Melania? Was Melania even out then?
Melania came out right after Trump.
It was a few
2 days.
no? Wasn't it like the day before the inauguration that it came out and it pumped for like an hour and then just started dropping and it never went back up? Like an inauguration day happened and Trump started crashing?
All of that shit is garbage.
Yeah. I mean, I dipped my hand in it, but I realized that I was dipping my hand into like a boiling vat of acid.
Got 124 people in chat and only 30 likes. And it's Christmas. There's something really wrong with that.
Yeah, what's going on, guys? I even gave out a free like and subscribe to everybody in the chat.
You can give me coal if you want. You can hit that dislike. Whatever you feel I deserve. Oh, we're going parabolic on the likes. That's what I'm talking about. I appreciate y'all. You know, I'm only halfway serious. That's the work. My least favorite part of the job is asking for likes. Dominant Squid. BTC Dom. About to hit 60 here in a second. If we keep moving like this. I'll take on. Yeah, at this point, I honestly don't care. I just want one of these to invalidate so that I can take this double pattern off the chart because the shit is driving my OCD crazy. Pick a side, man.
Yeah, I was literally thinking that for you last night. I'm like, dude,
Bro.
Dbloc's probably like, what the hell?
Bro, you don't understand how bad all of this is irking me right here, especially this section. But it's all, we need it all, right? This is the big bear flag that we broke out of. This is the small one that we're using to break out. This higher low held itself. Double bottom, whatever. So yeah.
I'm watching it. I'm watching your chart, like, and watching it come down to that line and hit it and keep like not closing beneath it. Because
Oh, to the
I'm
point
like,
where I'm
dude,
just gonna
Dbloc.
push it all off the chart, bro. I'm just gonna leave this on
Yeah,
the chart. It's
I'm
dropping me
like,
crazy.
Dbloc just wants to take that line off. I'm like, he just wants to take that line off the chart. That's all he wants. I'm like, he just can't do it for him.
Everybody get what they want for Christmas, except for a Bitcoin pump, obviously. But Hopefully everybody got what they want, got what was on their list. If you didn't, you got 365 days to get on that nice list. So I mean, another way to look at it.
I mean, I got the only thing I wanted, which was 12 hours of sleep.
Gets to the point when you get older, or if you're like irresponsible for taking care of like a large part of your family, where all the Christmas presents are coming out of your pocket indirectly, one way or the other, anyways. It kind of loses, you know.
Yeah, the magic.
Kind of loses a
Little
little
bit of
bit of the magic.
disappears. I don't guess I'm gonna have to go find some more magic.
Nah, it's cool though.
It's great.
It's cool. It's not about the money. It's the thought. Getting thoughtful shit is always meaningful. Yeah, I enjoy the giving part more than anything else, really. It must be different now. I remember coming down, presents are there, you tearing them up. Mom, pops are snapping pics of you while you're doing it or whatever. But now that shit must be horrible, bro. Come down, grab the present. Mom screams at you. I wasn't set up yet on reels. Wrap it back up. Give me a genuine reaction. Look at the camera. All right, do a little dancey dance from TikTok. Like, bro, can I just open my presents again?
Undo your
Like,
unwrapping.
this social media is just screwing my Christmas up. No, I didn't catch it. I didn't catch it when you ripped it apart. Here, give me a second. I'm gonna rewrap it. Remember how you feel right now, okay? Keep that same energy. And action. Or all the pictures of the couples with their matching Christmas pajamas. And you're sitting there like, that was not the guy in last year's Christmas pajama picture, ma'am. I fear something has gone horribly wrong this year. Nice. Nah, he's gonna be way cooler with a vintage board.
Now I can just take a picture of myself and then AI a whole family around me.
Hmm. Oh, there's some of that going on. Guarantee you. Maybe I'm just old school, but like me having a good Christmas is way more important than convincing y'all I had a good Christmas. You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
if you
I
put
mean, all
together
I
the
care
most
about is
convincing, you know,
predictability.
Christmas ever, but it was stressful as shit and programmed and, you know, set up. It's like, who's that W for? Like, do you really care that much about strangers?
All I want for Christmas is validation from other people because I'm insecure.
I mean, it's free, so I'll give it, but it's sad. All the dads out
Yeah, I
there.
choose not to.
How you liking that new bag of socks you got today? I already know what time it is with dads. Socks and ties.
Underwear. I always got my dad underwear because he was always blowing holes out the back of his.
That's dad shit. That's
Very
what
cool.
we get. Dads get underwears and socks and freaking shit they need.
Yeah, well, that's what I was about to say. Like, I never wanted any presents. I always felt like if people did something for me that I actually needed help with, or I needed, like, something that I actually needed, or a problem that I needed solved in my life, if someone was to help me with that or solve that problem for me, like, that's what I most appreciated. I'm like, I don't need a bunch more crap that I'm like hardly gonna use and it's gonna take up space or whatever, and just like material possessions.
What's
Like, I don't
going
really
on,
need
Brian?
more of that.
I just said I got
And I mean, I
mad
would like
socks
to,
this year. It's,
I'd like to provide the same thing to somebody else. If I can, if I'm able to. It's the thought, like you said. Like, somebody, if I get something for somebody, I don't know if they're even gonna like it, right? But if I, or use it, or like, I don't even know if it's gonna be useful to them, but if I like actually think about like what is gonna make their life better, like what is gonna help them or solve a problem for them, or at least assist them in an issue that they're having, like that thought is the one that's the most powerful, because you're considering like their better interest, not like, oh, I think this is cool, so I'm gonna get it for that person because hopefully they'll think it's cool, and you get it for the person and they don't even like it.
that's because you're buying them shit
You
you
know?
like. That's not. You're buying them shit you want. That's what you're
Yeah. Well, I mean,
doing.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
But
but
that's what
not
most
every.
people do.
Yeah, yeah. Nah, you gotta go deeper than that. I mean, for me personally, my gifts, I like when when I'm able to give gifts, I like to buy people things that they wouldn't buy for themselves. Something that you know they like, but they'll never buy it just because can't make a good excuse for it. You got kids, spend this money. You've already got one that works, or you've already got one that's good enough for like those type of gifts. I think are the best.
Yeah, like one year I remember I got my sister a necklace. She had to order it because she had posted um like a picture on Facebook. I'm dating myself, but yeah, she had posted a picture on Facebook explaining how, or saying how, like, oh, this necklace is so cool, blah blah blah. Like, she didn't even say I want this. She just said like, this necklace is so cool, and posted a picture of it. And this was freaking like 6 to 9 months before Christmas. So I went online and ordered the thing, and they actually sent me two of them by mistake. And I don't know what I did with the other one. I honestly don't remember what where I put it, but the necklace was cool. So it was supposed to be like moon dust. Like, it was like dust from a rocks that they brought back from the moon, and they put it inside this little like capsule or vial or whatever and sealed it off. Like, again, it said that they came with this little certificate that said it was certified, like, you know, from these rocks that they legitimately brought back from the moon. And I don't know if it was real or not, but there's a certificate that says it was real. So anyway, I got her that, and she was like really excited, not because like the necklace was cool, or like, it was expensive or whatever. She was most excited that I remembered that she mentioned it. Like, she probably would have never thought that anyone would even remember like a Facebook post that she put on months ago. So I don't know. I mean, I feel like that's the most powerful thing. Like, the most powerful part of it was like, she appreciated that I remembered that she mentioned it and thought it was cool, and like
Yeah, it's being
I
thoughtful
brought that into existence.
instead of buying her something that you thought was cool. That's the shit you do when you're a parent or you're like in a relationship. like just in case you buy them shit you want, so that if they kind of don't use it or don't, and you know what I
If they
mean,
don't
like,
want it, you can
look,
have it.
somebody's
Yeah.
gonna get some use out of this shit. Okay, I'm tired of watching Christmas presents just sit in the corner after a month.
Right. I mean, I did think it was cool. I'm not gonna lie, but it's not, I wasn't gonna wear it because it's a girl's. It was jewelry, like for a woman. So I was like, all right, yeah, like I'm not gonna wear it. So I do think it's cool.
Yeah, I agree,
But she like,
Servo. Given is the best for sure. Whether you're a parent or not, I think past a certain age, and then you realize how much kids have to do with Christmas. Like if there's no little ones around, Christmas is super different. All the Christmases that I've spent without like my little cousins or like any kids around have been like in the clubs with my friends being degenerate. Like Christmas becomes a party time when there's no kids. Putting somebody in position to be able to get whatever they want is it feels really good too. Kind of akin to that. I'm just thinking about my little cousin. But you got to be careful with that. I told you my little cousin's been flipping his bear market bag that I bought him like 3 years already now, right? So he finally has this good TP. um, he took a present this time instead of the investment. Smart, very smart. He knows it's the top of the bull market. We talked about this before, and he remembered. Because usually it's bear market or bull market presents, right? During the bear market, I give him the option: do you want a bear market present? This is going to be lackluster compared to the presents you're used to. This is a bear market present. Or do you want me to buy a bag for you? The only trick is that if you go with the bag route, you can't touch that for a year until next Christmas. So this Christmas he got his TP. Luckily I didn't. I pulled an executive move and TP'd his positions a while ago already, just to be safe. But he doesn't know that. I let him think it was his decision or whatever. Um, but now he's in a position where he's able to get himself a car. And he's not even old enough to drive yet. But he's like looking for cars online, and his pops is pissed. Which is what I was
that's
saying.
powerful.
You got to be careful sometimes because I guess his dad planned to buy him the car for his birthday, whatever, whatever. And it's like, cool. I mean, I didn't know that, but you can't get mad at him. Match him. That's what you want to do. Match him, and you get him something even nicer. But don't take that away from him. Like, don't take that W away from him. You know what I mean? Like he chose to not get Christmas presents 3 years in a row. Like he made that executive decision to delay gratification. 3 years he got no presents. Yeah, I mean, I guess in retrospect, if I was to look at it, but I mean, they knew what I was doing. I think they just didn't expect him to. To be honest, his dad doesn't even think that this shit is possible. Like his dad looks at me and he's like, whenever we talk, he's always like, "Oh, you got to be careful." Da, da, da. He's one of those people. So I think that what it is, and I've been talking to him about crypto for a long time. So I think it's one of those like a little bit of upset he didn't listen earlier, upset that his son listened when he didn't, and that now it's affecting, or he feels like it's affecting. You know what I mean? I don't know. Whatever. Sensitive father son shit. You don't want to get in the middle of that.
I mean, to me, it sounds like you gave the kid a present and you gave his dad a present.
I mean, I would have thought so if I was him. Like, bro, if this works out, I mean, he's gonna be good. And isn't that one of the main things you worry about? Like as a dad, like, is my kid gonna be good? Is he gonna find a job? Is he gonna be able to support himself? Is he gonna be able to get a family?
Well, I want you to know that I wish I had an uncle like you. I wish I had an uncle that did something like that for me.
I heard about other people's uncles doing that shit for him. Like I heard about stories of people getting, you know, like trust funds or getting stocks for Christmas, and they weren't allowed to touch. But nobody ever did it to me. So I was like, I guess sometimes you have to be the one to start things in your family, you know, and then maybe
Yeah,
hopefully it becomes tradition. Nah,
for
he
sure.
doesn't watch the stream. I've had this
Is there a
conversation with
change you
him
want to
before,
see?
though. I wouldn't say anything behind his back that I haven't said to his face.
I think the most important gift that you gave to him though was fishing lessons.
Yeah.
The fact that it's self-directed, at least even to some small degree, you're allowing him to self-direct something and make his own choices, which is going to help him build confidence and help him, feel successful. Like even though you assisted him in the decision making, he'll feel as though he made the right decision on his own, and he'll be that decision will be validated by the fact that like he bought at the right time, he TP'd at the right time, and that success is going to bring more confidence,
Yeah.
which breeds more success. I
Merry
think that's
Christmas,
the
Sam.
real gift.
Yeah, Bryce, you're right. I mean, I get it. Don't get me wrong. Like every dad dreams of being able to buy his son that new car or whatever.
If I was a father, I think my biggest gift would be the biggest gift I could receive would be knowing that I had a son that was successful enough. Like I raised a son that became successful enough to not need me for financial support.
Yeah. It's just a rough situation, though. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't know. I'm not in it. They'll work it out. There's plenty of other firsts.
Yeah, Bryce is right though. Uncles are supposed to be what dads can't be. Like, you know what I mean? Like as a father, you have a certain role. Not that I'm a father and know what it's like, but I feel as though like, having a cool uncle that did all the things that my dad as like a father figure wasn't really able to do. Like because he had a responsibility to keep a certain standard. It's like your uncle does all those things and you blame all that stuff on your uncle, but it's still stuff that like, your dad can't really give you.
I don't know. If I talk to him and tell him, hey, don't buy yourself a car, I can't even do that, right? Because then I'm blowing up the spot that his pops is gonna get him. But even if I did that, and then his pops gets in the car and he doesn't like it, or it's not what he would have, you get what I'm saying? It's not as nice as what he would have got.
Well,
Then
now
it's
he has a
like now
reason to
you
go look at you
resent.
shopping for cars.
I think they should do it together. I think that he needs to
If
be a part of it. I think he needs to get involved, be a part of it, be a part of the trading thing. During this next bull market is going to be the first time I'm going to give him access to a certain percentage of it to be able to actually trade. It's just been buy and hold, 1 year holds for him. Bought on Christmas, sold on Christmas. and he's seen the power of that, which is why I wanted to do it like that. I'm not gonna get him. He's a kid, not even old enough to drive yet. I'm not putting him in front of a screen to actually manage his position. You know what I mean?
If I mean, since you got the ball rolling in a direction where he went and started like shopping for cars on his own, at least now, if his dad takes notice of that and like takes notice of the cars that he's looking at, his dad will have a better idea of what kind of thing he likes, and be able to pick something out
I
that's.
think the gift. If I was okay, let's flip the script. If I was the dad at this point, what I would do is I would see the car he wants, I would get it, and then I would tell him that my gift to him was that he didn't have to spend the money that he's worked so hard, and that now that he can keep investing with that money, because he is going to go back to zero when he buys the car,
That's true.
right? So I mean, the best gift you could get him is not make him get rid of his portfolio. Get him the car he wants, get the credit for giving him the car, and then make him feel like you believe in him enough that you wanted him to keep the portfolio, to keep going because you're proud of him and blah blah blah, all that other good shit.
As a kid, just like then like a kid that's not even old enough to drive, but having the ability to buy your own car, like on off of your own merit,
Huge.
that's like that's powerful enough. Like he's like that feeling of success and confidence is gonna take him very far in life.
Yeah. And then that way the dad can feel responsible instead of me. Like he'll be responsible for any further gain that's on that portfolio because he kept it active, right? Which means if he just does it again during the next bull market, then I can slowly back away from the situation and be like, hey, you guys did great, you know?
Yeah, if that really ends up being the case, he's gonna be really happy by the time he gets to college. I mean, because from the sounds of it, we could go through a whole Great Depression, and it'd be over, and then we have a not Great Depression, like recession. Let's say freaking .com crash or something.
Mm-hmm.
We could go through a whole one of those, and then be up and out of it, and that new all-time highs again before he even gets to college.
No, yeah, I feel you, Servo. He's really good in every other way. He's a really good guy. I don't want to give the impression that he's not, but this hit a little different, I think, in the man side of it all. I get it, bro. I do get it. And to be honest with you, I thought maybe he'd get himself some clothes. Maybe he'd do good enough to get himself, whatever game system he wanted or whatever, but he locked in. Issa, what's going on? Happy holidays. Got some leftover Christmas dinner that I'm about to just shove into a sandwich later. Christmas sandwich. Lippy, Merry Christmas. Yeah, great day. Super good. I was sick, more sick yesterday, so I couldn't really taste it. I'm gonna enjoy that shit today better. I'd say I'm about like 90% better. This is where I mess up though. I get to like 90% better and then I just go back to normal. And then I end up getting like, so I gotta chill. I chill for another 48 hours just to make sure it's out of my system. Yeah, I'm like 85%, 90. The more I talk, the worse I stand. The worse I sound. Actually, I was pretty good this morning. I had to give it to somebody high def. That's how it works. When you're sick, if you give it to somebody else, yours goes away. Imagine. You imagine if that's how sickness really worked? Nah, what's the worst is when it starts going around in your house. You're sick, you give it to somebody, you get better, they end up giving it to somebody else, they get better, then they give it back to you. All right, my bad. What do you mean, Lippy? You can't post 3? I haven't changed anything. You should be able to. Oh, it's how many people can be tagged? I'll check to see if there's something I can do to fix it. I think it's just to keep people from spamming everybody in the chat, but let me see if there's a higher setting I can put it on. At least like 5 or 6. Legend, what's going on, brother? I'm good, man. I'm good. Getting over this little sickness, but cooling. Yeah, yeah, me and everybody else apparently. I still sound low key like a monster, but it's getting better. That's about how, yeah, that's about how long it had me for 2, 3, 4 days. This is like the 4th day. I swear we better break this because if we just go back to the top of the range again, I'm gonna go drink some eggnog. Coquito. Roke, I'll be honest with you, at this point, I don't care if it goes up or down. I'm so tired of being in this range. I just want to break one of these patterns, bro. Just invalidate that W or invalidate the bear flag, but just do something. Guys, there's literally, when it comes to buying and selling, like, I mean, we're in this range, right? We just take all of this shit off of the chart. We're dead sideways. Right? Not only are we dead sideways, but we're 50% in the middle of that dead sideways. Right? So at the most, you know, if you're trading into the idea that this range is going to hold, then you'd want to get down to the bottom of the range as much as possible. Me personally, I'm waiting for a liquidity sweep. I want a nice stopping volume candle into these liquidations. Aside from that, I'm not adding to positions. I'm not removing anything. I'm just sitting here going sideways. Looks like we're going to sweep. We need a body close underneath 86.73 to invalidate that W pattern. Way more liquidity to the bottom. You're an evil one, Mr. Grinch. Get too happy. Remember what happened last time? You don't have to prove it to me, Bitcoin. Those of you been here for a while know that it's Christmas, know what that means. I am in de-risk mode. Any trades that I take are temporary with heavier weight. Target 2, target 3 have already been hit, guys. Target 4 hasn't been hit. Target 4 gets invalidated soon, though. Right? Sweeping liquidations to the top side builds our W pattern. Breaking these liquidations gives us a lower right side. Give me a second. Let me go to another chart. It's easier to show. See it? Moving up through those liquidations gives us that W, sends us to 98, which is max pain for options. Breaking through these liquidations gives us a lower higher low, or a double bottom, or we break and take it. Right? Those are your options. So that's what we're trying to figure out here is how low do we go and do we take out these lows? But max pain for options expiry, which is tomorrow, is to the top side. So any move down, I'm looking at it as a setup play until tomorrow. That's why I'm saying I'm going heavy into any stopping volume candles we get into these liquidations. Max pain is somewhere around 97, 98. I'll dial it in later when I go eat. Figure out exactly where it is. Yeah, I mean, we've got reduced liquidity, guys. Right? We've been following M2. My DCA out today is no different than my DCA out on the 9th. Right? DCA out that got us top of the bull market by what, 3 days? Got us out right before the 10th, right before everything went to shit. Then we came back in at the end of October, got out for Halloween, and didn't start opening positions again until November. Now we've come to the end of that liquidity run. So I plan on sitting sidelines defensively, just playing daily plays and looking at getting in the new year, right, for another small sort of pump up. In my opinion, a lot of this is going into metals. I mean, we're at all-time high on M2 going into April. So there's no my argument with metals already. Yeah, I didn't close all positions, guys. I de-risked, right? Which means I moved my stops way up into profit. Anything that was negative, if it had no sort of, you know those coins you really don't believe in, you're just holding them for whatever reason, right? Those shits got rotated into higher strength coins, and then stops got moved up, right? If you're trading leverage, de-risking means reducing the amount of leverage that you're under, right? Moving stops into profit, playing defensively. It's not a cut and run for the hills. It's just make sure that if shit goes bad, you're covered here. It usually takes about 7 days for options expiries to really have their effect. You got to realize right now you've got market makers, exchanges, high net worth individuals selling options. They're selling shorts and they're selling longs, right? For what the price is going to be in the future. Those come to an expiration tomorrow, right? So all the money that's been used to keep price still so that those people that sold those options don't lose money will be gone. Those walls will be gone. The walls above us at 92, the walls below us at 82. So now the question is, what happens once the walls are gone, right? Have the walls been keeping us from pumping, or have they been keeping us from dumping? In my opinion, they've been keeping us from pumping. That's what's been holding us from having our relief rally. That's how I'm playing it. But that week where things settle in matches perfectly for me for the downtrend in liquidity. Right? So I never make decisions strictly based off M2. M2 I use for confluence. But putting all of those things together and then seeing the retracement on M2 into the new year, it puts me on a more defensive stance. Just remember, we're expecting these moves with nobody in the store. And if we go look, see what today's volume looks like. We were down 99% on volume yesterday. There has to be an uptick in volume here. Yeah, see him? Volume's up 233% today. And order book liquidity is starting to go up. Right? So they're starting to thicken up the order book. It's not as thin as it was. And there's more people coming into the store. DJ Khaled. Merry Christmas, brother. Battle Royale gets a little spicy sometimes. I have the worst luck in that Battle Royale, but I probably won maybe like 5 of them. Nah, I don't think that's it. Khaled. Remember we said we can come down to the bottom of this accumulation. We've done it before. And we were talking about this not too long ago. If you look at the daily. Or the 2-week actually. So remember we said that accumulation at the 200, at the, at the 500, at the 50 EMA on the 2-week. Right? That accumulation is what gets us that dead cat bounce. But I also said pay attention to how it forms because we've retested the bottom of that accumulation before. And we've come down underneath that 50, but we closed over. Right? And it wasn't until that sweep that we ended up having the dead cat bounce. Right? Let's see, the dead cat bounce ended up being 40%, right? We had already pumped here to here. We had already pumped 29%. Right? It's very similar to what we did now. Or look at the one after that. Same deal, right? You come down, get your dead cat bounce, but then it even retests again, small bounce, and then you break. So in my opinion, I think that we're on that retest of that accumulation now. Right? We came down, we touched, we popped up. We did like what? 13% of dead cat bounce does not make, in my opinion. But if we come down underneath that 50, right, it'll be just like the last one we saw, which would be coming down underneath this dotted line right here. Remember, we closed the 2 week above. We still have, you know, a week and a half, more than a week and a half to worry about closing above this again. So if we were to come down, sweep this, right, even if we swept all this liquidity and then closed above, then it would look like this. Wick underneath, close back above. So yeah, until we close a 2 week candle underneath that 50, the dead cat bounce isn't out of the question yet. That being said, I do expect some blood over the next couple days. And you bears should really want a dead cat bounce. You bears want a really nice dead cat bounce that you can open your shorts back into. Right? Because that's the one that's gonna last. That's the one that's gonna go into capitulation, and that's the trade that'll last you the longest. My opinion.
Yeah, I 100% agree with that. I'm just I want to be able to close this one and open another one at, like, much higher.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, you guys shorted from the top of the bull market. Your short should already be closed. When we got down to low 80s.
I closed most of it, or like probably like half of it, but then I added back into it on the top of at the top of the bear flag. I kept adding a little bit back into it, so it dropped my average down. So I'm just holding that in case we go to like 74, and I'll probably close at least half of it there, if not most of it. So I'm just being patient. Like if I stop out, I stop out, but you know, I'm still just trying to be patient for that lower price because it seems like there's powers that be that are trying to influence it to go there. And I'm not trying to fight against that. I don't want to be swimming against the current when I'm already a bad swimmer.
We could. We're in midweek reversal, guys. Right? Time-wise, forget about everything else. We had our weekend trap. Right? We trapped longs, trapped shorts, had our weekend trap. Freed the trap longs. Had our false move up. Ended on Monday. 3-day down. And we're in our midweek reversal. Thursday was right here. So the day's direction should be the opposite of yesterday, right? Or of the week, which is why I'm trying to buy into this liquidity sweep. There's money to be made in the trap if you know it's coming. People that get trapped are the ones that full port long at the the pump on Friday, or full port short on Friday's dump, and then their margin is trapped. Right? It's not that they're wrecked; it's that they can't take any of the trades, right? Unless they close that one, and price hasn't gotten away from them enough to make them close it. That's the trap. Three-days down happened already. We're on our midweek reversal going into our weekend trap setup tomorrow. Yeah, a lot of people are high def. It's effective. An effective trap. I think the reason people have trouble recognizing it as a trap is because it's not like your regular bull trap or bear trap that's meant to wreck you completely. It's meant to sideline you. So it doesn't feel like a trap. It feels like a bad decision. Genius. That's great, Issa. A very powerful edge that we have to take advantage while we still have it. Because when CME goes 24 hours, our weekend traps are going to change character. Yeah, if you're gonna scalp, don't scalp the alt you love. Scalp the alt that everybody else loves. Right? If you're gonna scalp, make sure it's the alt that has the most volume at the time. Because degens aren't spread out anymore. Everybody's hanging out in one spot and moving from spot to spot to spot, right? I think we realize there's not enough money, and somehow degens have come to an agreement. We're all gonna trade the same shit because we can't keep spreading our shit too thin. Still putting in this right side, but it looks weak as shit. That's probably gonna invalidate. Let me look at my other IC. It is just messy, bro. I don't know. Why ICP? Like, that's just my question for everything right now. Like, why this over anything else? First of all, who's here to buy? Right? We know institutions are here to buy. We know that traders that have been here multiple cycles are here to buy, right? We know that retail is not here to buy. Nobody new is here to buy. Which means you want to see these things recover when they dip, right? This was that news. I can't remember what it was exactly, but there was something going on with ICP during this. They gave it all back. But seeing it come down to these levels and not have any sort of I mean, the last time ICP looked good was in this accumulation, and that ended up horribly. Right? We were looking for this, and we ended up just invalidating. Now, I think this is what has a lot of people's attention, that move up. But look at how quickly it gave it back. You know, and it just tends to do that. I don't know. Easy answer. ICP BTC chart. I mean, could you make an argument that it's starting to base out and maybe start to outperform Bitcoin? I guess, but you'd be getting in front of the move, right? Like, screw BTC. Let's just look at ETH. Same sort of shit. Outperforms, gives it back. Outperforms, gives it back. But overall, just running flat or down. It's all right, but it's not a good comparison because not a lot of money left in ETH anyways. To ICP, Sol. Even worse. And let's go ICP, something a little more risky, Sui. Right? You're gaining against Sui, but Sui's been performing like shit lately. Right? So just make sure, because if you're already holding Sol in the portfolio or you're already holding ETH in the portfolio and it's underperforming that, then it's not time to move those positions. It's not time for that rotation. Now, if you were holding Sui and you decided to sell your Sui and buy ICP in July, right? You did all right. Didn't go crazy, but at least you didn't lose any money on it. It's like, just compare the two coins that you're thinking about, right? Somebody said XMR. Yeah, ICP XMR. This is going to be ugly. Okay, but then look at something like XMR. Look at XMR BTC. Right? Selling your BTC for XMR in December. Oh no, back here. Here. In August. Right? Would have been the move. Then you're like, oh well, do I hold ZEC or do I hold XMR? Well then you go ZEC. XMR. ZEC was the obvious winner. XMR since then has been a better hold. Right, and this is how you test the relative strength, because the point is to get from A to B. Right, we're here, and we want to get here, and we have one car, one position, two position, three position, four position, whatever. But if one of them has a chance or looks stronger or has more gas, then you rotate until it's time. Not financial advice, but I need my money to be sitting in something that's showing relative strength to Bitcoin, or it might as well be in Bitcoin. Right? I need something to be showing relative strength against Ethereum, or why am I moving it from Ethereum? Just hoping that it popcorns, right? Hoping that it's one of the 10 million that actually pops. I'd rather hold relative strength, wait for something to pop, and then play the pop, play the volume. And this wasn't a shit on ICP session. This was I was just using it as a teachable moment. You could put any coin there instead of ICP, whatever it is that you want to hold. Just make sure that you're in the fastest car. Yeah, I think everybody knows what their sketchy hold is, right? It's just times like this when we go into de-risk, like those are the ones, in my opinion, that you should show attention to. Because those are the ones, if things go bad and they go really bad, you're gonna be like, I knew that was gonna happen. Because you already have that idea in the back of your head that, oof, if this could go bad on these specifically. I'm hoping that we come sweep these liquidations so I could get a good entry. Come down here to Mr. Grinch. But we're being tortured in this range. Honestly, it's to the point that I just feel like deleting both of these patterns, even though they're both still active. But like literally just deleting the patterns and just drawing a box around this shit, because this is really what we're doing. And if that box breaks, we sweep liquidations fully, in my opinion, to both sides. Right, this is really what we're talking about here. That's our true range right there. Everything outside of that range has been a deviation. Breaks out, comes back, finds support, goes back down to the bottom of the range. Breaks out, comes back down, finds resistance, comes back down to the bottom of the range, right? Breaks out of the bottom, comes back, finds support, moves up towards the top of the range. problem is that this range has been so tight that there's just no money in it. You know what this range makes you want to do? It makes you want to slap more leverage. Makes you want to go like 100x. Just to feel alive. That's where I'm at right now, Bucks. Listen, if the alts are going to move, they're not going to do it without BTC and Ethereum moving. We've already seen how the alts react when Ethereum starts to move. Right? So BTC moves without Ethereum, then you're going to have random altcoins popping. Like just literally random, just popcorning. One here, one there, one there. For everything to move all together, you're going to want Bitcoin and Ethereum to push and hold ground and continue to push. So if that's the case, then I find it hard to make an argument against just sitting in Bitcoin and Ethereum until that happens. Personally, and take risks across the rotations. Right, the rotation is Bitcoin, then to Ethereum, and from Ethereum into Sol in the top 10s, and then from the top 10s into the top 20s, and then once all the top 20s are outperforming, then you start to see everything else sort of go. So that's why I've just been so annoying about respecting the rotation. Like you guys remember, it's been months. I get on and it's like when alt season, when alt season, when alt season. Right, and I have to bring out the rotation chart and say, look, we're still in between ETH and Bitcoin rotation. Like we haven't even gotten to the part where Ethereum outperforms Bitcoin consistently, and we might not. That's a risk that we're taking, right? Retail doesn't come in, we don't get the rotation. But if that's the case and you get worst case scenario, then what's the worst case scenario if you were holding Bitcoin and ETH with tight stops versus 20 different alts if things go left, right? If you're forced to hold, let's say we wake up tomorrow morning, I'm not saying this is going to happen. It's just something you need to think about. Let's say we wake up tomorrow morning and we're 50% down. No relief rally. Whales pulled the plug. Exchanges and ETFs all sold off. They screw us, right? Bitcoin sitting down at 40K. You just became a forced long-term holder for anything that you're holding, right? So think about that. If you're holding 20 alts, you've just become a long-term investor in 20 alts. Do you know how few alts make new all-time highs on a consecutive bull market? Right? There's a chance that over half of those alts that you're holding aren't even going to perform at all and probably still have a massive drop ahead of them. Or you're holding Bitcoin and Ethereum and you haven't lost any coin, but it isn't worth shit, in USD now, so you're probably going to hold to the next cycle, but at least you're holding something that you know is going to make it to the top of the next cycle. And it's not just Bitcoin, Ethereum, right? There's alts that we know do it too. Soul, whatever. But I wouldn't want to be holding any of these shit coins on a forced hold and then spend the whole next bull market hoping that price comes back up just so I can TP and break even. Yeah, there's nothing wrong with that, WeTube. I said that shit in October. I was like, bro, anybody that's been here early and played it right and managed to get all of their shit, managed to get their 100K plus per Bitcoin, made some good trades in between, didn't get wrecked on 1010. That's a W, bro. That's GG's. And then to the inverse side, right? Like, let's flip it now. Let's say we wake up tomorrow and Bitcoin's up 50%, but Bitcoin's the only thing that moved. Right? Your alts haven't done shit. Maybe you got a 5% or something. Bitcoin gets to its dead cat bounce. Alts don't move with it. And then it turns around and goes. Right? That's also possible. That's why I'm still holding Bitcoin this late into the cycle, because I don't know the answer to that question. But I do know if the alts are going to go, Bitcoin's going to go. Right? Because it would have to lead the way. It could, we too. I mean, you can still play the game, right? Like, that part of your 4-year cycle is over, but you can still get in the scout mode. It doesn't have to be full portfolio. It could be just, there is the possibility of a dead cat bounce still coming, and there's nothing wrong with trying to monetize that, right? It's a counter trend rally. We understand that the trend is bearish, and then there's a 90% chance we don't get a new all-time high, and that the bear market did start on the 6th. But we play counter trend rallies because we know that price can't just move in one direction, you know what I mean, forever. But when you're playing a counter trend rally, your stops have to be super short, like super, super tight. If you get stopped out, who cares? It's protection, right? And you can't hesitate to take profits on a counter trend rally. Yeah, that's true too. That's a good point. Know thyself. Michael Saylor is gonna have the last laugh, guys. Hope everybody realizes that. Either he is gonna get one amazingly ridiculous exit plan where they're bought out, or he's gonna end up one of the richest men in the world. One of the two. Yeah, I was about to say 2 billion, 2.5 bill. Said that he could pay dividends on the stocks for the next 7 years without having to touch Bitcoin. So unless anybody's expecting a 7-year bear market, then I think he's good. Reminds me of, remember all those people that took, all those athletes that took their paychecks in Bitcoin at the top of the last bear market, or at the top of the last bull market? And then it went down, and then everybody on social media was like, stupid. You would have made 2.4 mil and you only made 300 Bitcoin, blah, blah, blah. And then it went up to 100K, and then all those people were quiet again. ETH BTC, what's going on with ETH? This is what we're talking about, really, right? This breakout on ETH BTC is what should give us this relief rally that we're looking for. So here's ETH Bitcoin, right? We've broken out and we've retested, but it's a slow breakout. We know what happens with slow breakouts. It's all going to come down to this. We pop out. That was a hold. We pop out. Measured move. ETH outperforms Bitcoin. Alts run for a little bit. Bull market over. Let me get my other BTC chart here. Hold on. This is not. I'm blind. Oh. So what we were talking about was hoping that this flag didn't go down past the support, right? We needed to hold support, the support resistance flip here. So far, we're holding. If that breaks, it's not going to look good. But my ETH BTC trade is still open. All the way down here is supposed to be right. But yeah, we need to make a move soon. Right, we need to prove that this wasn't just a higher low or a lower high. So very first move is to get ETH BTC above 3,679 satoshis. Right now we're at 3,330. Close to like what, a 3x from where we got in? Yeah, we got in at about 1,800 satoshis. So 2.5x. When I go eat, I'm gonna go dig into these options expirations. We'll get a clear idea of where max pain is. Nada wifi. Yeah, exactly. Battle Royale Christmas leftovers.
What's your downside target?
If we break and get the full move from that smaller bear flag, we'd be looking at 83. I don't know if we're gonna get full moves on any of these. Me personally, I think this might just be a liquidity sweep going into options expiration. And I know that max pain is above. I just don't know where. It was at 98 last time I checked. But I know it's above regardless. Meaning that exchanges, market makers are all on the same page that to save money, they have to pump price before expirations close tomorrow. So I'm looking for entrance into that little game of theirs.
And if we do break, what do you think sold hit?
Do I think what?
What would Sol hit? Because
Dominance is really
all...
high right now. It doesn't look good for alts if we drop with dominance pumping like this. If you can get dominance to retrace and go down with Bitcoin, then Soul has the chance to just naturally do what it
'Cause
needs to do here to recover from this shit. Because what we did
if it,
was break that. See the gap? This is what we wanted to stay above. As soon as we came into that gap, it just lost it.
yeah,
So
but if we get the measured move, we're gonna probably break the bottom easily
yeah,
on Sol.
yeah. Unless dominance is moving in the opposite direction. But I would be looking at 118, the next natural resistance or support, I should say. Unfortunate. Actually,
Not a double bottom.
pretty good buying opportunity. Get that. 7, 8. We're at 7, 8 now. We'll see. Either this holds and we come back up through that gap just as strong as we went down, or it breaks and we see 118.1. This is already invalid because we broke that. W broke slowly. Give us bearish channel. That measured move would take you down to that last, what you call it, that we were just, that last high volume node down there. Pretty close to it. Oh no, double bottom.
Yeah, because that's what I was. That's what I meant.
Yeah, that measured move would give you a double bottom.
Take prices. Take profit. But if Bitcoin gets more violent, then I'm not sure where the bottom is.
Yeah, I mean, this is naturally what you would expect, either 118 or 116. But for Soul to take a natural movement, Dom needs to be coming down. Because Dom will have an accelerated movement if it's going up when Bitcoin drops. Just for research, Robo, just to get a better idea of the tools that Market Maker has at his disposal, but not for my own trading. Trading's too much fun for me, bro. I don't want to give it up to a bot. It's like the part of my job that makes it enjoyable. But somebody that has to work 8 hours a day, has kids and a wife to chase after, like, yeah, I 1000% see why people use bots. Just as the most simple sort of. Yeah, I don't like it. I mean, I tried it before. It just took some of the fun out of it for me. That, and you don't learn lessons from your bot's mistakes. It's like you remove yourself from your own, like you're removing the accountability, especially if you're using somebody else's bot, like somebody else's settings. Yes, sir. Cold. Metals, metals, metals. But the other day said nobody could have called the run on metals, and I wanted to jump through my screen.
Somebody thinks it's April 1st. Metals were obvious, and everyone was talking about it even back in 2020. Like 5 years ago, people were like, "Oh, silver's gonna skyrocket, silver's gonna skyrocket," and like everyone was like, "Yeah, right, sure."
People have been
And now
saying that
that's,
for 20 years.
I mean, but now that it's actually happened, it's like, well, you
Yeah,
didn't
it's
listen when
different to
people
call
said
it
it
and
was
call
gonna
it for
happen.
10, 15 years. It's different to be like, call it to where people can actually get in and it goes.
I bought silver like 10, 15 years ago, and it went up in value. Then I bought a house, and I did the maths, and I made more in my house than if I had held silver.
Nice. Oh, yeah. That's good. And, I mean, you gotta live
So
somewhere.
that's a good rotation.
I tell myself that all the time. Like, gotta live somewhere. Like, we know the story of my first condo with the BTC. That shit kills me, but I had to live somewhere. You know what I mean? Like, there's no, we can't live in a box just because Bitcoin's gonna continue to go up. Like, now, if I had known what I know now, would I have just rented somewhere? 1000%. 1000% would have put myself up in a nice little penthouse somewhere and just paid rent. Ownership isn't for everybody, bro. And it's not always the right time. Because those 200 Bitcoin right now, boy.
Yeah, but all those opportunities those 200 Bitcoins gave you.
Yeah.
Peace of
Yeah, man,
mind.
you gave yourself the come up that you needed at the time, and then that was the layup to the next play.
Like I said, you need somewhere to live. And you already know, first condo, bachelor pad, yeah, it paid for itself in experiences. It's not till you think back now and you're like, oh, damn. Yeah, at least I didn't buy a pizza and eat it. Exactly.
Facts.
Dylan, Bitcoin was at about $1,000 a Bitcoin. It was a
How
little
much
bit
was the
over
condo worth now?
200K for the condo. It was a little bit over 200 Bitcoin.
Do you still have that condo?
No,
And so
no,
you
I flipped
traded
it.
up.
Yeah, I flipped it. I did. I
And
mean,
how much was
it wasn't a complete loss. But did I make 200 Bitcoin worth of? No. I would have been 1000% would have been better off with the Bitcoin. But yeah, it wasn't a total L. That money's in the market right now. Full circle.
But you also lifted your family up, didn't you? So
Oh yeah. No, yeah.
that's a,
I don't ever I won't ever change anything. Like you can think about it and be like, oh, I would do this, do that, but so many things spawned off of that, and you never know what would be different, you know? But yeah, my family, and not even just my family, like my nuclear family, but my family is way better off. I'm talking second cousins. Now it's my turn, baby. See, that's listen. I'm gonna tell you the cheat code. You take care of your people first, then what happens after doesn't feel like greed. Comes with no guilt. You know what I mean? Because I mean, if I would have just gone absolutely crazy and done for self, then I don't think I would sleep as good as I do. And then now I got the rest of my life to just go crazy on myself. You know what I mean? Pause.
The fuck, man.
I mean, new people always come into your life to take care of them. But it's a lot easier to take care of those new people if everything else is taken care of.
Oh, sorry if I had an open mic. My bad.
You're good. I mean, technically, yeah, it would be a retest of the bear flag, but I would want to see more pronounced retest than that. Like, barely even broke that. Like, they couldn't just sweep the liquidation and invalidate that W for me. Like, that's too much to ask. And it's not, like I said, it's not even that I'm bearish. I'm looking at
Can you go to sleep? Then it'll happen.
Yeah, probably. Although I was hoping that's what would have happened last night, and then I woke up to this Groundhog's Day price action. This to me doesn't look like a great bottom one. Oh yeah, I am looking for a solo too. If it does hold that 786, then I want that ride back through the gap. And that fast move through the gap, if we hold above, we should get an equal push back up. And then if we manage to hold above this, then we got that gap. That's the trade I want. It's way too early because none of this down here looks particularly sexy yet. Yeah, definitely pump those likes, y'all. Unless y'all know anybody else is dropping alpha on Christmas. Damn. Nobody heard that. It's all right. You short Bing Bong? It'd be like that sometimes, yeah. Do as I say, not as I do type vibes. Okay, now you're just snitching on yourself for no reason.
Demote him for the day.
Nah, not till I see something nice. Not till I have a reason to bing bong. See some volume again. Looking for a nice little sweep down to Mr. Grinch. Nah, she's the best. W mod. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect her to choose violence after your kind words.
She hasn't brought out the Van Hammer yet.
That kind? Don't put me in a box. You know somebody else has a turkey, right? There's another. Who was it that had a turkey show up at the house the other day? After you talked about it. Somebody else. There's another hood turkey in the chat. H, who was that? You were here. I think it's Neve. Or no, I think it's Ghost. Yeah, somebody else had a turkey pop up. I think it's Ghost. I gotta ask Ghost when he gets on later. They came in freaked out because they were like, "What are the odds of that shit?" Sweet bit. Move this on sides. I take honey in my coffee. I try not to add any refined sugar to anything. I'm gonna avoid it. Or like stevia or whatever. Unless I get some Cuban coffee from the cafeteria and then that shit. Oof. Slightly adjusting this range a little bit. That should make me want some coffee right now though.
Sounds like a good idea.
Right? What I thought. Bro, you go get some little espresso shots down here at the Cuban cafeteria. Oh my god, bro. They give you a little 8-ounce cup with like 13 little shot glasses. That shit'll turn up the whole office and have the whole house doing backflips. I told y'all what happened the first time I went there, right? My dumbass added some cream to it and drank it like if it was just a cup of coffee. Thought I was gonna die.
What was it? Just super concentrated espresso?
Yeah, yeah, the little shots they give you, bro. Literally all you need is that shot. That shit'll have you good for 4 to 5 hours.
I need to know how they make that.
It's just super concentrated, I'm guessing. Yeah, exactly,
But there
Jacob.
must be like a slower process.
Cortadito.
There must be like a slower process to extract more of the caffeine from the coffee.
I just assumed it was magic and cocaine. So I never just didn't ask any questions.
I mean that could be it.
This is Miami. No, but that's a staple. You'll go to like any office, anywhere you go here, they'll offer you. They're like, hey, you want a little shot? Like, bro, I've been shopping all day. This would be my 8th shot. No, I don't. Can't do it. I know this Christmas tree's not coming down till like January 8th or some shit,
Turn it into a Valentine's Day tree.
right? I just looked at it like, yeah, I'm not going through that. Yeah, gold and silver are just outperforming. Silver's looking crazy right now. In real time.
You know what happened? Yukon Cornelius, he quit crypto and he went back to his roots.
New all-time high for silver.
Silver and gold, silver and gold.
Got a pretty nasty gap here though. No, I mean it makes sense. It's just math at the end of the day, right? The max pain is above us. Right? So it benefits exchanges, it benefits market makers. Um to basically build as many shorts as they can in between here and there. So as that move up happens, in my opinion, then that pressure that we've had that has kept price from moving will be gone. Twofold, right? You've had people accumulating into the idea of max pain being above. So we've had this accumulation range, and you've had the suppression, right? That's meant to farm liquidity. Remember, just because they need to get there, or let's say it's still at 98, they'd love for it to get to 98. They're not going to pay for the entire trip up, right? So you have to build the liquidity to get there. But it's also been building up underneath, right, from the accumulation zone, which is why I would really like to see a sweep first. Sweep that bottom side, and then spend the next 24 hours trying to make as many options contracts expire worthless as possible. The TLDR is going into the 70s means they have to pay way too many people. They're going to avoid that at all possible. You have to check to see at what point on the chart the most contracts expire worthless. I'll do that when I go. I'm gonna go eat here in a second, and then I'll do it, and then I'll come back, and I will we'll break it down. We'll go historically, right? We'll go back and we'll see how the last year-end expirations have ended. From memory, I can tell you it usually takes about 6 to 7 days to see a real effect from it. But there is that push towards max pain, which is what I'm trying to buy into. Let's see. Wine glass. Hmm. Give me a second. Maybe I can do this before I go. All right, so let's. And then we'll set these up on the chart. OKX is the smallest, not tons of options contracts on OKX, but max pain on OKX is at 90K right now. Go to 90K. That's It's Max Pain, OKX. Max Pain Binance should be way higher. Oh shit. Max Pain Binance is at 115k. But that's because of the, for lack of a better term, fuckery that they pulled on 1010. So we're gonna throw what we're gonna do is we're gonna throw out the highest number, the lowest number, right? And we're gonna go with the median. But we'll put it there just so that we can be aware. 115. Is Max Pain Binance. The important one is Deribit. Deribit is where the majority of option contracts are held. And Deribit $95. Right, so it dropped a little bit. It was 98 last week. So 95k is Max Pain. And just to, I'll go back to it in a second so that you don't have to take my word for it. Deribit. All right. So the theory is that for the highest number of contracts to expire worthless, and for market makers and exchanges have to pay out the least, price would need to get up to 95 before market close tomorrow. And if you come down, this is on CoinGlass. Yeah, this is on CoinGlass, the Max Pain section. If you come down, key takeaways. Max Pain or Max Pain price is the strike price with the most open contract puts and calls at the price which the stock would cost financial losses for the largest number of option holders at expiration. Right? Maximum pain theory states that options price will gravitate towards max pain price, in some cases equal to the strike price for an option that causes the maximum number of options to expire worthless. It's the theory behind it, behind the trade. And this is one of the largest options expiration that we're having, one of the largest. I'll check exactly how much it was. So good news is that when max pain is in the direction that you're trading, then it's not max pain for you, right? So if you want to know what my plan is here, is to look for a sweep into this liquidity over the next 24 hours, unless this W pattern can actually hold, which at this point I've just given up hope for. But we haven't invalidated, right? Every time we come down to this invalidation, we magically turn back around. And I will be taking profits as close to 95 as possible. If they're successful. If they're not successful, then we know that whales are in control. And we'll have to move accordingly. It's between like 23, 26, 28 bills, something like that. I just don't remember the exact number. But more important than the movement that we get from that much money being settled out is the buy walls and the sell walls being removed that were holding price still until expiration. Now, depending on what side of the fence you're in, you're gonna be like, well, that's what was keeping us from our measured move, or that's what was keeping us from our relief rally, and the bulls are out of the pen now, or you'll say that's the only thing that's been keeping us up, and we're going to 60K Bitcoin. I'm in the first camp, personally. You can tell the whales are in control when price consistently moves against market makers' motivations. Right? If market maker has money to be made to the top side and they cannot get price to go, right? Or even worse, if it moves counter, right? Then you know that either there's no volume and market maker doesn't want to pay for the trip, or whales are in control. And the liquidity that market maker provides isn't needed to move the market. In this case, if they fail to move up towards max pain, right? They don't have to hit it, but they need to move in that direction. If they're unable to break this and move in that direction, then whales are in control right now. What you're looking is a whale at a market maker whale fight here. What you're seeing. Market maker's been printing W's and keeping price from invalidating the W to sell the idea of moving up so he doesn't have to pay for the entire trip up to get to max pain. Whales have been selling the idea of this bear flag during a bear market in a bearish trend to get lower prices. Now the question is who's winning, right? Neither, because the way that they manipulate markets is by manipulating us. And volume was down 99% yesterday, which means that there's nobody here to everybody's on vacation. So you're seeing a standstill, right? Market makers keeping price from moving down. Exchanges are keeping price from moving down because their max pain is above. And whales are keeping price from pumping because they want cheaper prices. And they're not done accumulating. So you see how when you put both of them together, it traps us in a box? And there's support underneath us. Where market makers say we lose too much money if we let price go down underneath us. And whales have a line above that says we have to buy higher if we let price get away before we're done filling up. We want lower prices. So there's a fight. During these fights, we stay on the sidelines. Because unless you got whale money or market maker money, then you're just going to get chopped up. The blender. So like while people look at this and see super boring price action, I see like action movie. There's like a huge battle for control here. Yeah, you'll see it in the books, right? Market maker controls price by either filling or deciding not to fill orders, right? So by creating a thick book or a thin book, and by adding liquidity to trades that are moving in the direction of his motivations. You're more likely to get green vectors in the direction that market maker wants to go. But if retail doesn't follow through, then they'll pay themselves because they don't sit around and just not make money, right? Which is why you get this chop. Everybody's making money in this chop. Whales are buying the bottom and selling the top. Market makers getting paid off of vector recoveries. Everybody's making money. Go to 4 hour. Yeah, neat. On both sides, no clear invalidation of either pattern. Right? Wicked above once, twice, 3 times, 4 times to invalidate that W. All the deviations underneath, deviations above, no body closes. Nice, yeah, I just got out of a pretty long gold trade myself. I still have some of the trade open, but I rotated into silver a couple months ago. Yeah, in a way, I would say more it's whales holding it down while market makers holding it up. But yeah, whales are using options. The motivation for market maker and exchange is to get up into the 90s so that they can wreck some of these options. They need to wreck some of the shorts. That's where the most money is for them. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. All right, family. I'm gonna eat real quick. Eat up some of these leftovers, and then I'll be back. I'm watching. You drop out, I'll pop back in.
What's going on here? We're pumping. Maybe a good time to TP. Short. Gotta be a little short on East. Yeah, I think it's done. I don't see a lot of shorts up here. Look under. Let's see. Looks kind of unbalanced. I think they already got wiped right here. Yeah, and then it was an all Bitcoin move mainly. Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Yo, yo. Merry Christmas to those who celebrate that. Happy Yule for y'all. Happy holidays for everyone else. And hopefully everybody's having good, safe trades tonight. How's everybody feeling as folks think that this is our midweek reversal already beginning, or what are folks thinking? Yeah, this feels like a deviation to me as well. I was thinking about like what he was talking about earlier with the whales versus market maker kind of thing. And I was like, man, this could just be like the tension releasing, right? Them letting it finally kind of pop so that they can then correct back down, try to find that lower price. I mean, it could be a win-win for those whales, right? Because if the whales had bought in before and that made price pop,
Traps longs free.
I'm back, y'all. What's going on, fam? My God, can we actually get rid of this finally?
Quite a move.
Thank God.
Oh, the
What's
W
going on?
invalidation.
No,
My
the
God.
damn bear flag. We popped out of the top of it. But this vector gap is gone. I'll be honest with you, I don't even care if we come back and keep ranging. I'm just glad I got that shit off my screen already. But chances are we hold support and then finish the measurement. OKX's max pain is at 89 or at 90. That's our first move. Let's see exactly how aggressive market makers get with this this option expiration. And let's see. Yeah, that ended up holding. So that 786 we were looking at on Sol, at least for right now, held actually like right to the pixel. Come back, clear some of this, put in a larger W. I'm looking for type 2 entries on Sol here. Depending on how low we go. Yep. That's the only way to do it. That retest thing. This is what we need more than anything. Well, we talked about it earlier. Let's just see if we'll watch it play out. Sort of thin order book looks like. Not as bad as it was yesterday, but when money comes in like that, it finds its way through the book really quickly. Remember when we were looking at this and I said that the book liquidity was only like, see, now it's at 74 mil. That means that's all it takes to absorb everything on the book. Nah, this isn't the time for FOMO, y'all. Dominance is up above 60% again. I don't know, but during this de-risk, I've officially brought all my positions down to just Bitcoin, Ethereum, and Sol. Personally. And I'm still building the Sol position. On the macro, this is what we're looking at still. Right, that move gave us the hit off the bottom of the bear flag. So we're at the 50% mark. This is our rejection off that 50. But with range trading, we know if the bottom of the range holds, and in this case we got a double bottom, then we can expect the top of the range to get tested. In this case, the top of the range would also give us the breakout of our larger W on the 4-hour time frame. Right? It's juggling the different time frames, the different patterns, and keeping that in mind. Remember that overall we're in this big fight. That same fight that we just saw in the 5-minute is playing out on the daily and the 4-hour. Right? Same exact thing that we were just looking at here. Fractaling, right? It's the fractal nature of the market. Okay, so we were just looking at this. Right? That broke out, invalidated. Even if it's a deviation underneath, this turns into a different pattern, right? So that invalidates. But on the 4-hour and the daily time frame, we're still very much playing that same game. Except we've held the bottom of the range now. So in both cases, in the case of the W pattern, you would expect price to go up to the neckline and break out. In the case of the bear flag, you would expect to go up to the top of the neckline at least before you come back, if you can get above that 50. I hate to oversimplify things, but there's no volume, right? So it really just boils down to when will people come back, and when they come back, will they want to buy or sell? Right? To like super oversimplify it. Let's take a different look at this. All right, let's do that over here. Go to the 30-minute. So this is the range that we've sort of been stuck in this whole time. Call it our Christmas range or whatnot. Let's take a visible. That's right. You're not going to show me because you are not. All right. Here. My bad. You always forget that that crypto chart won't give you a. Won't give you a visible range. Alright, so this is the range that we're currently in. Let's go to the hourly. Which we're rejecting off the top of right now. Vector on the way down, I'm sure. Vector recovery, retest of the 50 EMA. My bad, I'm just mumbling to myself. Yeah, that looks about right. 0.5 retest would be a retest of the 50 EMA on hourly. Golden pocket would be a full recovery of that vector. Yeah, I told you guys a couple of days ago, I have a real sneaky suspicion that something's gonna break on silver. Be careful with paper silver. If you got physical, strap in and enjoy the ride. Craziness. $3618 at 84. Dealing with the super chat. I appreciate you, brother. Merry Christmas, bro. W super chat. My Labubu targets up here at 100. When we drew out target 1 and target 2 for this, hold on. Let me get rid of this fib because put that back up. And let me get rid of this mid target. When we drew target 1, target 2, and target 3 for this, we were still in here trying to break out. Excuse me, that was at $25 silver. We're now at 75 bucks. How does this say target 3? I mean target 2. Yep. Pump my bags, China. The premium on physical is crazy, bro. $74 an ounce. You'd be lucky to buy an ounce of physical right now underneath 90. Yeah.
Moai emoji.
Super chat. I appreciate you, Ghostman. W super chat. When I started talking about the metal super cycle, somebody like literally on voice was like, you know, I know you always say Bitcoin over alts, but saying metals over alts before we have alt season is kind of crazy, don't you think? And given, yeah, it is. It's not typically what you would hear. But I mean, I showed you guys the setups, right? I wasn't playing that cup and handle setup across all the alts across decades, right? That it took to build. Like that was nothing to sneeze at. Those type of setups only happen a couple times within your life, just because they take so long, right? Because the commodity cycle is so stretched out. Hold on, let me order. I need to order some. All right, I think I'm good. Nah, y'all are the goats. 113 concurrent views and 113 likes. That's what's up. That's a breakout. Like, we're about to break out. I'm about to long the damn chat. 100x long YouTube chat. Nice. Lock in some of those profits, man. It's exactly the right mentality you need for this situation, in my opinion. Take it when you see it, but leave some room for the trade to breathe. Don't suffocate the trade. Say that, but I'm running some pretty tight stops right now. All right, D, what's going on, bro? Damn right when I think my voice is getting better, frog jumps back out. Like maybe tomorrow. By tomorrow, I should be back to healthy. I mean, I would have preferred to come down and grab the licks, to be honest with you. Personally, like we said, the order book was thin, right? And they pushed up, so we'll see how this plays out. We haven't really broken out of this range yet. Right? Like if we're gonna be technical, this is the range that we'll go to the other chart. Right? On the macro chart, we're still in this range. Up to 0.5, right? Or half of the flag. But we haven't put any of this behind us just yet. My opinion, we can get really bullish once we get back inside of this structure. Right? Once we invalidate the break of this massive bear flag on the daily, which is what we've been trying to do this whole time. We can invalidate that, get back above the 50, then we're cooking. Cooking with hot grease. But till then, both of these patterns are viable. And we're just moving sideways. Now we're going to see if Bitcoin can hit this mistletoe. Give us a big fat kiss. Kaya, W supporter. What's going on, Kaya? W membership.
WW.
Remember, as far as options expirations go, our first target are OKX, OKX max pain. In my opinion, we'll break even between the three, somewhere around 95. Market close somewhere.
before I delete ID fix is post, did you see it? I'm gonna delete it for swearing. You guys swear. Just abbreviate it.
Yeah. Nah, you gotta just wait for a setup ID. Try to abbreviate instead of writing out the entire curse word though. Try to keep YouTube from jumping down our backs. But no, what you're talking about is a revenge trade right now, bro. You need to cool out, wait for a setup. In my opinion, not financial advice. I know it stings though. You just want to jump back on the horse. Sometimes it's good to chill out because after liquidations, you can be on tilt. Like, just need a breather. Yeah, no problem, bro. We all feel it. We all go through the same emotions, trust me.
Did he say he got liquidated, or I thought he said he was going to get liquidated at 91 something?
Yeah, so the trade was going against him. And he gets liquidated at 914. He wanted to add to the position, but
Yeah, that's rarely is a good idea.
yeah, I mean, yeah. If this thing goes and we're right and they're going after Max Payne for liquidations, I mean, it's going to go higher than that. You know, so what I would, in my opinion, what I would do is I would look for a retracement to sort of save some of the position. Like right now, I think that we come back. It's possible that we come back all the way down to the 50 to like 87.8. Let's go to the 15-minute. This is just me talking too, right? It's not financial advice or anything. But if we can't hold this 13 EMA, chances are we roll over down to the 50, 88 psychological low. Maybe take out the whole vector, but I would be worried about a repeat performance. We were 50-50 here, right? So there's plenty of people that were long, plenty of people that were short. We could have easily come down through these liquidations just as easy as we popped out. So it's not that the trade was bad. It's not that the trade was bad. It was just not waiting for confirmation, I guess, really. The 50 is at 88 flat on the 15-minute. Right now we're holding on the 13 though. Let's go down to the 5-minute. Probably the 50 EMA on the 5-minute that we're holding here. Yeah, for the most part. I appreciate that, man. Yeah, I try to stay chill.
Would you mind looking at beat when you get a chance?
Beat?
Yes.
I have it saved here.
It's gone past where I was going to take profit, and I've just been moving my stop loss up. Have it really tight now. Too tight. I don't know. I was just wondering what your opinion is.
Okay, so it hit target 1 for the retracement to carry that vector. So that's, yeah, I mean, I would expect this thing to trace at some point to put in the left side, but it does look strong here. Very strong, actually.
There's several places I was expecting it to retrace and it didn't.
I mean, this vector range here is a really good target. And for the most part, we've sort of wicked through all of that. But you do have your psych ranges above. So for me, it would be like, all right, do we retrace and then go psych ranges? Or do we go psych ranges and then put in a right side? So losing the 200 on the 15 would be a sort of heads up for me. Let me see the 5-minute. What's at the 800? Losing the 200 on the 5-minute would be a sort of heads up that we're going after these vectors. Getting above the 800 on the 5-minute. I mean, I'm sorry, on the 15-minute. 200 on the 15-minute. If we hold that, I'd say we're going after that 800 in the psychological ranges. And then proof of that would be if we can get above that 800 in 5-minute. If not, I would be looking to come back and add to my position inside of these vectors somewhere.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that.
Let me see if we pull the fib.
Beat
Yeah.
is a gaming token?
Beat? I'm not sure what beat is. It's up there because they had a lot of volume the other day.
It's called Odiera. It's a Web3 evolution of the iconic audition music and dance game.
That actually, when I saw it was a game, it worked my interest because what's a game doing? Something
It
like
has
that?
over 600 million users globally.
That's
great
quite a bit of users.
Yeah.
This is a really nice 4-hour stopping volume candle, though. Like, this would make a great right side or left side, right? The volume look like this. Yeah, you don't even have any volume really. Once the volume picks up on this, it's not bad actually. Yeah, voice is a little better today, Ghost. Ghost, you're the one that had a turkey, right? That had a random turkey show up. We're trying to figure out who it was earlier.
A random turkey.
No, Aeon had one, but then someone came in a couple days later and said, yo. Nah, I'm like 85%. Something like that. Age restricted. All right, give me a second. Let me go grab a drink. All right, let's get it.
Yo, D there? Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
You're good. We can hear you.
Hey, is Dbloc on the mic?
Not at the moment, to my knowledge.
Alright, well, I don't know about you guys, but I was just playing with my whatever chart skills, which is somewhat suspect. But so we're breaking out of this W, right? Or this leg up right here kind of is like a bull flag, which has another measurement. But we go, on the smaller. Alright, so I'm looking at, and this W that we got, that we just broke out of, I have it bringing us to potentially 94, right? Now, if that gets us above 90, we're fractaling into another W on a higher time frame that brings us to potentially 96, right? Now, if we get up there, we're breaking out, well, we're fractaling to a larger time frame on, say, the day, which, again, each one will be bringing us into a breakout of the previous W, but on the day, I'm looking at if we make the previous move to the full movement, that takes us to 108, which is close to that max pain on the smaller options trade or options expiring. So I just wanted to see what he thinks, if there's like an invalidation. I'm not saying or whatnot, but it looks like if this plays out to the measured move, that brings us into a larger time frame W that brings us up, and then that would be bringing us into a higher one that could be bringing us all the way up, But yeah, I was just wondering that. And if anyone knows, at what time frame do you stop counting wicks or taking wicks into into the measured move? Because I'm pretty sure, like on the day, you don't count wicks, or I don't know. I could be wrong on that. Just looking for someone else's intel on that.
No, is this gonna be a good short or not? I use this pump to get out of a position I was underwater.
No words. Thank you, your amazing work.
Yeah. Looking at metals for this cycle is just crazy, bro. Mike, are you long or are you... I can't tell if you were pitching because you missed a long or like, oh shit, when is this gonna stop? Yeah. Going back to look at everything as far as the length of the whole season goes, it's pretty interesting to see. Yeah, the premium on physical is crazy right now, Mike. They're about, in my opinion, that shit's about to depeg. They're gonna squeeze this shit, and good luck buying physical silver if you haven't already. But like, we look at Bitcoin, right? DCA, the DCA starts at the bottom of the bear market. The orange line is the halving. The green start to take profit is when you start to take profit on alts for the first time. The red take profit is when you take profit on Bitcoin for the last time. But when you look at, I mean, and that's great. That's amazing. Bitcoin did a freaking bang up job. The silver. You know, that parabolic blow off top that everybody's complaining about that we never got on alts. Look at gold. This is when alts were supposed to go parabolic. This platinum. Nothing's dead. Crypto isn't any more dead. Sorry. Crypto isn't any more dead than metals were when people were screaming that metals were dead. Why am I talking about metals when we should be talking about alts? It's just a rotation. Right now is a rotation in the commodities. No other way to. Even copper. And you do something like compare platinums to almost anything else. I mean, damn. Platinum, coal, funky, Bobcat, iron. But pay attention to that take profit on alts, to that first TP on alts, right? From the indicator. Bad. Then you get sold. I was the very top with Hold. Yeah, if we look at some of the things with strength, BNB. What's the other one? Tron. But he likes Tron, but right there. From the halving, actually. It didn't do shit the first half of the bull market. Literally just ran sideways. But since the halving, it could have done worse. That did absolutely nothing for the entire bull market. Pop. XRP did nothing and then popped and held. So that's decent. I mean, the fact that they held is a lot better. I don't know, man. I just hope everybody during the next run respects Bitcoin's dominance a little bit more. Look at this shit. Let me show you. Nobody needs. Here. So look at this. In the last year, these are the only coins that have outperformed Bitcoin. Last year. So if you decided to play alts in the last year, you had to have picked this group of coins, or you were better off holding Bitcoin. Hey, what do we got? Some Circle USYC bullshit, Tron, some other shit nobody trades, BNB, BDX nobody trades, BCH, Merrill, WBT nobody trades, XMR, and ZEC. In the last 2 years, you have a little more, right? Well, about 25 coins over the last 2 years that have outperformed. Right? That means you had to pick out of 10 million coins, 25 of them. So chances are half of your alts didn't do shit. And if you were really good at picking, half of your alts outperformed. If. That's a big if. Crazy. This is Blockchain Center. Yeah, they got some stuff on there. They got some like preset charts and things. Dollar cost averaging tool is pretty interesting. That's crazy. If you dollar cost average Zach since the beginning of this year, you'd be up 774%. That's nuts. So, and that's just blindly buying. See what's got the biggest returns. Yeah, Zec, Monero, Dash, all privacy coins. We know those have been running hard. BCH, BAT, BNB, ETH, and Tron. That's it. That's the only group of coins that you could have bought blindly 2025 and still been up. Now, look what happens when you go to Satoshi's. There may be included a couple more. Slightly more. Gnosis wasn't there before, and Leo wasn't there before. These are new drops, though. And then they've got a thing for trending coins. I don't really use this much anymore, but currently trending on CoinGecko. Currently trending on CoinMarketCap. This is just shit that people are searching up. It's good sometimes to take a look at something that's popping up out of nowhere. Like, why are people searching OG? Right? Like, why is that the top search today? High trading volume. Trending in the last 30 days. I was saying that the other night. Didn't I come on here the other night and say, be careful? If you're holding physical, get ready for the ride. If you're holding paper, be careful because they're going to squeeze. There's going to be a supply shock. There's going to be a run on the bank. Things are going to get real spooky. Silver derivatives are like 3-to-1 right now. Like 3 ounces of paper silver sold for every 1 ounce of physical. Look at silver, right? Silver right now, technically, $74.74 an ounce. Go call your silver guy tomorrow and ask him for an ounce of silver and tell me how much he charges you. Watch what the premium is on this shit. So what does that mean? That means if they've got a cover, they have to get the silver from somewhere. And if they got to pay higher prices, be careful. Shit can get weird for paper silver real quick. Go on AI real quick and ask them what happens to the price of paper metals if the physical metal, if there's a supply shock on the physical metal. Then it could probably do a better job of explaining it than I can. Let's just say it's not good. We've seen 40, 50% jumps in the price of physical, where paper either stays the same or goes down. What's insane about silver prices going up is that silver that's used for production is price agnostic, right? Meaning if silver goes up another $100, companies will still have to buy silver at whatever price it is to make their products. Now the price of those products will go up, and you'll see inflation when it comes to cost. But it's not like gold where, oh, when it's too expensive, we just won't buy, right? They have to buy. There's no option. Buy or don't produce your product. Right? Those are your two options. See, 102 is crazy. I was guessing somewhere around 90, 95, maybe 100. But yeah, the premium it's going out of control. It's going out of control. And what happens is eventually anybody that's holding paper silver that can take deliverables on that paper will take them. They'll convert that silver, they'll convert that paper into silver. And then there'll be a rush for everybody to do that. And then people will realize that that silver is not there. And then physical silver will get even more expensive. Yeah, they're going to take advantage of everybody rushing in to sell, for sure. In Dubai, you guys got like metal vending machines and shit, huh? I saw that on the show I was watching. Dude went in and bought a couple ounces of gold out of the vending machine. I was like, damn, I thought we were doing it with Bitcoin ATMs. That's cool as shit, though.
Why do I feel like we just made this move? We're doing it again.
Do it again, and then do it again, and then do it one more time.
Could have sworn this little green vector had already happened here. Maybe you changed the time frame.
No, we had another one. We had a breakout that.
Do you think gold is topped out here?
No, maybe short term.
I mean, I couldn't short it. It's scary.
Yeah, why would you want to short gold?
Well,
For
if
something that's weak.
whenever. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, even if
True
even
that.
if it retraces, it's still strong. It just happens to be in a retracement, you know.
But yeah, it's not even worth a scalp to even try like to catch that.
Short something that has the possibility of just going to zero.
Oh, I
You know?
am.
So, hi, what happens to the profits that people take on metals? Where does that rotate to now? Since
That's the big question. It's gonna depend on the timing, right? It's gonna depend on when metals stop pumping. If I'm right, then they'll be putting it into the next bull market, right? My whole point of putting money into metals going into the end of this was to have my dry powder at least beat the basement during the bear market. Obviously, they're way outperforming that, right? So that's a good thing. But if this lasts as long as I think it's probably going to, it's like the middle of 2026, then people will be TPing to then buy cheap equities, buy cheap crypto.
so where do you see gold heading to then? Like 6,000, 7,000?
Probably like 5K, 5.5. We will have some pullbacks. We will have some spooky moments. But what else do you put your money into? Right? Like we're asking, what do we put our money into after metals? But what do you put your money into now? Like, let's say we get the dead cat bounce on Bitcoin and then that's it. And let's say equities start going down. Right? So you got stocks going down, crypto going down. There's really nowhere to run but metals. Real estate going down, unless everybody decides just the sidelines for the entire, bear market. But typically that's not. So my money would be on money markets and metals.
But would you be buying metals at this stage?
No, you should have already set up for that. You have to wait till a big retracement, in my opinion, because it could retrace at any time. If I was to look at any metal right now that hasn't really done the thing yet, it would be copper. But copper is being manipulated, so it's one of those, like, kind of feels like Bitcoin a little, like you're waiting for them to take their foot off the neck so it can actually do something. The options expiry tomorrow. It's like 28 billion, I believe. This is when all the long dated options come due, right? So that's where these max pain lines are coming from. On OKX, the max pain, and the max pain line is the point of the chart where the most amount of options contracts expire worthless, or with the least amount of payout, right? So OKX market makers and exchange need to get priced to 90 by market close tomorrow to save themselves the most amount of money. OKX doesn't have tons of volume or tons of money, so we don't really care. It's just there so we can see. Deribit is the big one, right? Deribit is where all the options volume is, and their max pain is 95K. If they can push price up to 95K, they save themselves billions of dollars. And that's why options expiries are important, right? This is the line that we call max pain. It's end of the day on Friday. So max pain right now for the most amount of options contracts is 95. And then we have Binance. Max pain for Binance, because of what happened on the 10th and how many people took aggressive shorts on Binance. Max pain for Binance is at 115K. if CZ can push price to 115K within 24 hours, which would be absolutely insane. I'm not saying this is possible. Like I said, max pain for Deribit, I think is what we get too. But if they could, then they would save themselves a shit ton of money. But I don't see that as even within the realm of possibilities, much less probability. So we'll baby step it, right? Right now, we're pretty close to max pain on OKX. Then we'll target Deribit at 95. I mean, if anybody could do it, CZ could. Let's just put it like that. Whether they decide to pump the amount of, it's a cost benefit analysis. This is what I always talk about with the market maker, right? Let's say they save $1 billion by getting it up to 115, right? But it costs them 1.5 to get there. They're not going to do that. Right. That's why I think Deribit is in a good position, because Deribit has long liquidations all the way up to its max pain. On bigger time frames anyways. There's more liquidations than that. There's just a limitation of the indicator itself. But so there is a possibility that Deribit can save themselves that 1 billion. And by the way, it's more than 1 billion. I'm just using it as, but there's a chance that they can save themselves that 1 billion, and it only costs market makers, 450 mil to get us there. That's good business, right? That's a trade that you would take all day.
Isn't that manipulation when you know like all this and you're trying to get to 95?
I mean, yeah, but it's, what are you gonna do? It's unregulated. They do it on legacy too. You'll see this sort of action. And remember, it's not that it's illegal, right? What market makers will do is if Deribit market makers need to get price up here, right? Then what they'll have is a super thin order book, right? They'll thin out the order book. They'll also keep price pinned to create that short liquidity above. And then they'll create an environment where there's a thin order book and a bullish setup. Right? So when price does come in, when price action does come in like we got here, then you get a quick move through the order book. Right? It slips. So is that manipulation, or is that a company deciding that it's in their benefit or not in their benefit to provide liquidity at a certain time? It's like a slippery slope, right? Like in court, will it hold up? I don't know. You have a responsibility to your shareholders. You have a responsibility to your company to make the best business decisions. Is it manipulation when, like, if Elon sold off his BTC and opened Bitcoin shorts? Or is that a good decision for Tesla? You get what I mean?
Yeah, but like these guys are exchanges, right? It's not their job to do this.
Well, no, but market makers is. Right, it is market makers' job to decide when to provide liquidity, when not to provide liquidity, and to recapture imbalances in the order book, whether it's a spot order book or whether it's an options book. Put it this way, you can't expect me as, let's say I'm a market maker for Binance, or I'm a market maker for Deribit, right? Deribit pays me to keep things under control on the book. You can't expect me to provide liquidity to a trade that's going to send the price in a counter direction to what my employers need to happen. I won't stop it, right? Market makers won't stop the price action. If somebody comes in with enough money to dump and there's enough people to buy that dump to where the trades go through and it slips through the order book and it falls through the cracks and it goes through liquidations, market maker can't stop that from happening, but they cannot help it happen, right? They can set up an environment that makes it more difficult for that to happen, or they can avoid setting an environment that makes it easier for that to happen. It's a gray area, right? But it's manipulation at the end of the day between us. Like, they're manipulating price to go in the direction that they need it to go to get a bigger payday at the end of the day. Yeah, solar EVs and AI is literally burning silver. Like in the most literal sense of the term, right? They burn up silver in their processes. But silver has been one of the most manipulated commodities because of that. Right? When there's a lot of people's bottom line attached to the price of it, then that's a lot of people with big money and big lobbies, and we were just talking about manipulation. So I just think that because of the derivatives, they put themselves in a situation where they can't get themselves out of without pushing the price of silver. Now, what happens after is a different story. Right? They slam it back down and make things cheaper. Yeah, probably. Metals are a risk off asset, right? So whether it's metals or whether it's bonds, whenever a risk off asset goes up, it's not good for risk on assets, right? Because it shows that people are looking for safety. They're not looking to take on any more risk. So if they're not looking to take on any more risk, and the choice that they chose, the asset that they chose for safety is actually increasing in value, something has to happen, right? That has to change for people to change their minds. And silver and gold going down as a risk, off asset doesn't make people say, ooh, my safe asset is going down, let's take some risk now, right? That's not necessarily how it works. There's got to be a bit of a buffer between that. Now, that is how it works if gold and silver start going down, and Bitcoin and Nvidia and Tesla and everything is at rock bottom prices, then yeah, then the money rotates into the more asymmetric trade. But for that, metals have to run for the whole bear market for us to see that. If not, the money will probably just go into bonds and money markets. Yeah, that's the stopping volume candle on the 15. It's all about rotation. Money never sits still, right? Big money never sits still, and it definitely doesn't sit in the bank. Our job is to figure out where the rotation is going and to buy it right before everybody else catches on. And then sell it to retail when they hear about it and it's too late. But you always want at the very least to be on rotation or slightly ahead of rotation. You never want to be behind it. You never want to be playing catch up with the rotation. Yeah, there wasn't, with QT the way it was, there wasn't enough money for AI bubble and gold and altcoins to go. It just wasn't enough. There's not enough money floating around. And the few times that they did send alts, they took it all back. So you only have to do that a couple times before you start burning bridges. We scared all the retail away, right? They came in for memes. We chased them out with pitchforks and torches. They're all over there on Stake and Prize Picks and Polymarket and Kashi, right? They're all betting on prediction markets. That's where their money went. 600 mil a month on Polymarket sports side. 400 and something mil a month on the politics side. And that's just Polymarket. Factor Kashi into it. Factor the prediction markets on crypto.com and on Robinhood now. Coinbase just announced they're coming out with their prediction markets. You notice, right? These exchanges are not trying to get retail back. They're going to where retail is. But all of that changes during QE, in my opinion. People are already starting to get burned out on the prediction markets. All the insiders, right? All the insider trading that's going on. The big sports shit that just happened with all these coaches and teams in on fixing games and shit, right? Eventually they're gonna run retail out of that sector too. It always happens. You can't help but take advantage of stupidity. Yeah, Santa's feeling himself. Long night of hard work. I'd have to check on the timing. Excuse me. Hold on, let me get rid of Santa. Santas are too big. Yeah, we're about to invalidate this small W. Listen, after coming out of the choppiness that we came out of, I'm not about to complain about. What's going on, Z? Vectors are right underneath us. Yeah, that invalidated. Nothing but vectors on the way down, though. It's a good sign. Oh, you needed that Bitcoin, so this is gonna be close. If he grabs that, it's a wrap, though. Oh, I don't know. Let's see. Oh, Illy. Nah, he's gonna clutch this out. Nice. GG's. Measured move from the bearish channel takes us to fill that vector gap. Oh, you know what? I was playing. Let me change the setting. There's a way to set it to members only where you gotta have a green tag. I think I'm gonna do that coming up. Just heads up, guys. In the future, this is gonna be members only, so you gotta have at least the cheap tag. Which is good though, because it means when people give away memberships, they're gonna give them access to the game, so that's cool. I'll change it for now though. Hold on. Somebody grab this Bitcoin. Ghost, that's the prettiest of little yellow bows you got on. What you getting all fancy for? All right, there we go. All right, let me start it over. We'll bring everybody in. We'll put it on subscriber only. You do have to be at least subscribed to the channel though. So if you want in, hit that subscribe button. There goes all the hooligans. Yeah, that would be crazy, Neve. For real. It is Friday. So, gotta stay on our toes today for that trap. If it is the trap longs, that'll be a nice long from the trap shorts back into the weekend trap, though, is kind of what I'm looking for. Oh, there's a bunch of people in here now. We're gonna fight. Oh, I misspelled it. $20 enter, only one leaves. Oh, the horror, the violence. Dope. I thought Ellie was gonna grab another one there. Oh yeah, that was last second shit. Exclamation jump to grab the Bitcoin. There's a nasty delay on it, guys, like a 3-second delay. Exclamation mark sit will sit you down. Jump will jump you. Attack will attack somebody if you put their name in. Uh-oh. Screwed that one up. Give me a second. What the hell? Okay. Automatic battle royale, I guess. Oh, okay. That was weird. Damn it, Dbloc. Focus. Nah, you're good. All right. What was wrong with my character? All right, I'm back. Don't you do it, Ghost. You stand here and fight like a man. Ah, you fell for that shit. Oh no. Mistakes were made. Mistakes were made. Why would you turn around like that without grabbing that last Bitcoin? That makes no sense. The even fight right here. Nice. I'll be right back, y'all. Give me a second. Take it easy, Eve. Yeah, I'm gonna call it early tonight too. Doing a little research. See if I can actually get to bed before 5 o'clock in the morning for once. Start up. We gotta restart the stream too. Careful going into the rest of the day. There is a decent chance that we've already trapped longs, right? Which means if we come down into the zone or even into these vectors, I'm expecting that to be our trap short. I might leave a little grid set tonight. Gonna move that. We know that we're shooting for that vector gap, so I don't want to clog the chart up.
What are you thinking? We going down?
Just to grab some of these vectors. We've got to trap shorts. I mean, unless we haven't trapped longs yet, I would have to assume we look at volume. I'm pretty sure that's the highest volume spike all day. Not that the day's that old, but yeah, Friday. Highest volume spike on Friday is usually one of the traps.
Yeah, I mean there was that one before, but it basically hit the same price. This only just made a higher high.
It was Wednesday
There's a
too.
volume divergence there.
I mean, it was still Thursday.
Oh yeah, true. Because that was before midnight.
That's more part of our midweek reversal. Remember, 3-day down, midweek reversal up.
That is still a volume divergence, though. I wonder if there's any divergence in the RSI too. Yeah, a little slight bearish divergence in the RSI.
Only thing that's got me thinking that we have a
5
real
minute.
possibility of not trapping and trapping higher is that we've got options expiring. We're not at max pain yet for these exchanges.
Yeah, but can't we? Oh well, when does options expire? This morning?
All day today from like 4 till market closes, we have expirations. I think the big ones are at market close.
So basically, for the next 12 hours, we have a chance to make a higher high. Or if I might just gamble it and leave my short open. What is max pain? Is there's no max pain to the bottom side?
No, max pain takes out both longs and shorts. So it's just the overall amount of options available, and then there's a price in the middle between both of them, where the most, majority of them end up wrecked or in very little
Right.
profit. Right. They're trying to cut down the payday, basically.
Right in the middle is about 95.
For Deribit, yeah. For OKX, it's 90, and for Binance, it's 115K. But
Yeah,
that has more to
I
do with
don't
what happened
imagine.
on 1010. No, it has more to do with what happened on 1010 and how many shorts opened up those levels.
I mean, I can tell you this much: if the stock market opens red, then it's probably not going to happen.
Now, most probable cases, we go down and we trap shorts. That's the most probable.
Yeah, so in that case, I'd be safe holding my short until we see which direction the false move happens in. If that's sort of the more probable case, then I might as well just hold the short and see what happens on Sunday.
Or TP the short into the trap shorts. I mean,
yeah, I guess I could do that. I just want to see it hit the value area low again, and it hasn't really done that. Because well, it held up that high volume node I was talking about at like 86.8. It kind of more or less held up above there. It was like a double bottom that stabbed through it. And then it's only done higher, and I put a higher low last night. And we had this rip, so I don't know, but it never went down quite as far as 85.8. I really should have just closed it on December 18th, but I'm not gonna go saying shoulda, coulda, woulda, because that never brings anything good. It just looked like a clear rejection of the bottom of the bear flag, but it made support on top of the descending angular resistance from all-time high. So it's kind of confusing me at the moment. If we trapped right here, that would be a higher trap than the last 3 weeks, right?
yeah. Yeah.
So the traps are moving up. Last week was higher than the... Did we even have a weekend trap last week?
Oh, yeah. Perfect one. I don't have to say it, but I'll add a warning anyways. 10 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah, I see it. So we're like basically at the same level as the last weekend trap. And that one was higher than the last two, I think.
Yeah, we rejected off of Asia's 50, Dustin, but we did it within the Asian session. Right? You want to have UK do that. Well, let's see, maybe. Let me check. Yeah. That's what you want right there. But you want that to happen during Asian session. I mean, during UK session. Which means we need to go back and retest it now.
Do you still have the old traps on your chart, by any chance?
Yeah.
Can you just zoom out for a second so I can see them? Cause cool.
Last weekend, weekend before that.
Okay, so we're only above the last. Or right now, we're only basically at the same spot as the last one.
We've been trapping inside of our range. Right, so if we ignore all of the... Let me see if I can make this look clean, even though it's not. So this has been our freaking trading range. Right? Each trap since November has happened within that range. This one should be no different. And then we've had deviations all the way across, right? Including recently here. Right, so hold the bottom of the range. Get accepted back in. Top of the range should be the next target.
Yeah, I guess I could just get a new entry.
If you're
But there's
if
also
you're playing the this is going to have a dead cat bounce game, then you wanted to buy the bottom of this rally, or you wanted to buy every deviation that you could out of the bottom of this range. Right? These were gifts. If that's your thesis.
yeah. I mean, I did that on spot.
Yeah.
I just wasn't sure if it was going to keep going down before it went up. But if everyone's kind of waiting for a Santa rally or dead cat bounce, then they might be sick of waiting. I don't know. Because it kind of feels like whales are not dumping as much anymore, and I haven't heard anything about the miners. Do you know if they're still selling?
Nah, the Chinese miners were the real issue, but they've all gotten out.
Yeah, so
Forced
there's not
out,
that
I should
supply.
say.
If that supply is pretty much gone, then there's not too much holding us back now at this point.
Nope. And as soon as options expire, then all the manipulative buy walls and sell walls that were meant to keep price from going too far out of control will be removed. It's a fight. Like I was saying earlier, if we look at this range, what we're seeing is market makers and whales with different motivations, both creating this range. Right? Market makers are keeping price from going underneath this range so that they don't have to pay the options that are, the short options above. They're also trying to keep price from going above this range so that they can get as many short liquidations stacked as they can. So when it comes time to try to fix that issue, they don't have to pay for it all. On the other side, whales have been buying the bottoms and shorting the tops on futures, right? In a bid to accumulate. So as of tomorrow, some of those restrictions should be gone. The question is, once the buy wall and the sell wall are removed, what's the direction? Right? And the only sort of clue we can get to that is the fact that the dump offs have sort of calmed down a bit, right? They're not dumping as hard.
Yeah.
And we've seen large whale wallets sort of start to fill. So all of this accumulation needs to lead to a payday, right? At some point. Like, this type of money doesn't accumulate to just be underwater. gonna
Yeah,
want
it
some money
seems like
back.
there's less sell pressure. Like even on that last one earlier, like that would look like an attempted dump and that failed. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Like
Look at
what
how
are you
many
talking about
times
those
they tried
failed
to break
options?
this W, or how many times they tried to break out of that bear flag and just couldn't make it happen.
Yeah, they didn't want to sacrifice their supply.
I wonder where that guy is. There was a guy that kept coming in here the other day. I think it was like Christmas Eve or something, and every time we came down, like literally every time we came down to this line, he's like, W's invalidated, noob. Like every single time. And he'd disappear when it came back up, then come back down, and he'd jump back in chat. Like, what a loser. What happened to your W, buddy? I was just letting him cook, man. It was funny. It was funny because he would disappear on the green, and then he would come back, 2, 3 red candles in a row. He'd come back in chat.
Is it like?
It was some.
I
It was
mean,
some
where's he
brand
now?
new guy. It was some super brand new guy. I'd never seen his name before.
I wonder if he's still laughing. He's probably a trap short.
That shit is hilarious. People legit try to gaslight Bitcoin into going to the direction of their trade. Like, bro, you're
They
not gonna,
do, man.
you're not gonna reverse psychology Bitcoin. You're not gonna, you know what I mean? Like, if you're
Yeah.
right, then your trade's gonna play out, bro. You don't need to you don't need to sell it.
Yeah, like if you start having to try to convince yourself.
Yeah, like who are you selling it to? Are you
Ugh.
trying to convince me or are you trying to convince you? Because I'm not changing my position, so
Yeah, Bitcoin will reverse psychology, your reverse psychology. I'll even catch myself doing something. I'm like, no, you're supposed to sell off right here. Like, what are you doing? Why are you buying here? You're supposed to sell. I will legit get mad at like the whales and the other people trading. I'm like, what are you doing? Why are you buying right here? But I just like to buy. I like uniformity, but like I don't know, Bitcoin. Even though it's like the blue chip and like the lower risk, it still like just really doesn't have much uniformity when it comes to like traditional like chart patterns and like fib retracements and stuff like that. On the higher time frames, it does tend to adhere to that stuff pretty well, but like on the lower time frame chop, it doesn't do any of that. It's just like fake out after fake out.
it's only a fake out if you expect it to react off the fib. Like if you're paying attention to liquidity, you'll see why it's doing that. You think market maker cares that it's a golden pocket if 2 inches down gets him another 250 mil?
Yeah, but I mean, there's also a bunch of stop losses there. Like, I feel like stop losses like definitely contribute to a cascading sell off. Like when you see something like trying to catch falling knives, like to go long. If you try to catch knives, sometimes it's like so many people try to do that and they have their stop loss so close that it does end up dipping lower. And then if that dip lower ends up breaking structure, then a bunch of other people sort of just panic sell or whatever. And it becomes self fulfilling. I was thinking that last night. I'm looking, I'm like, why do people like to put their liquidation right below the point of control? Like it's sort of like asking for it to lose that. You know, you could, because I mean, I'm a degen too. Like I get you, but I'm like very calculated. If I'm using high leverage, I'm very calculated about where I add to my position, and I just have to be super patient. But people just want to jump right into a trade like full bagging it at 100x, like on one entry,
Yeah.
like on a falling knife, and it's like you're gonna contribute to it breaking structure, and that you're like because you're using leverage that's so high, you're asking it to invalidate your trade. you could just put your liquidation further down by reducing the amount of leverage you're using and increasing the amount of capital. But people don't understand that if they're gambling, you know.
All right, let me restart the stream real quick, y'all. So I'll leave it with a fresh stream overnight. Hey, look, I won.
Yeah, everybody
W
use your
before
like and
bed.
subscribe.
Nice. Now we legit have more likes than concurrent viewers right now. We've broken
For real?
out. I'm
Alright, that's good.
100x long on the. I'm 100x long on the chat. It's about to go parabolic.
You got over unity happening. There's a short squeeze with the likes.
Let me everybody say goodbye to your avatars real quick. And let's do a little airdrop for everybody that's stuck around. Run it up. All right, let's get this reset going. Hit the like if you haven't on the way out. Definitely hit that sub if you haven't. We'll be back in 1 minute.